So, I feel like I got Smash out of my system for the day. And I would like to do something else. Yeah, it's a good song. I noticed that it was like running in my head without even listening to it recently. I think I lost the image of my YouTube avatar. I couldn't find it. That's fine. There's actually like another, like that anime character is like generated from a neural network, but I actually have another avatar that was also generated that feels good. I don't know if I have that. See, I don't know what I do with these images. I should save them more carefully. Yeah. Yeah, I do like it. That goes back into what I was saying the other day about the power of curation and generative algorithms. I feel like I should actually be like programming on stream or something. Yeah. I kind of want to go back to Godot engine again maybe, but I don't know what to do in it. Yeah, I mean, I can't really do advanced, like, AI deep learning generation crap. I can just write simple code. So, I don't have all the skills. There was a lot of free time I had where, like, maybe if I just really obsessed over it and got past all the hurdles that I could have learned something like that. Recently, I'm aware of another area of programming where I don't have the skills and where it is relevant, because there are lessons about Plutus language, which is basically Haskell with a few extra things, which is used for creating smart contracts on Cardano. I don't know what I would do with such knowledge, but it's another area of programming where I don't have skills. I can pretty much program like game engine, like in a game engine, some basic crap. Like, that world makes the most sense to me, I think, so. So like the deep learning stuff is like uncomfortable for me, and the smart contract stuff is uncomfortable for me. Like, it would take a lot of learning, and I don't really, the problem is I don't know what the end goal of anything is. Like, yeah, the game engine stuff feels the closest to, like, I'm capable of doing it. I just don't. Yeah, I mean, like, I could open it. I have some crappy, like, test projects. Hold on. Okay. So here exists such a thing. This is like a crappy test project. I've built significantly more advanced stuff than this, but when it comes to like actually having some kind of vision for like a 3D environment, or like I have a weird mixed relationship with this stuff where like it's like I want to embrace the truth of the game world, which is often like flat planes, and like just strip away all decorative elements. And like find something that's more core, that actually has to do with the gameplay, but I can't figure out what that is. Sheeran-esque multiplayer. Are you referring to the grid-based networked game? Because that is also like I think I'm capable probably of making a game that does work online with a database and a server somewhere that's saving data and like reading data and everything. The problem though is that like there's some like infrastructural concerns that feel kind of not my area of expertise, and I don't find it very comfortable. On the other hand, I think just being able to put code on GitHub is probably actually really healthy to do. You know what? Like, I never put that one on GitHub, and that one is like, it was experimenting in a new direction, and I didn't put it on GitHub. I would have to like boot up my old PC, or get the drive out of my old PC and set that up. Uh-oh, that piece of information might be lost, because I might be too lazy to like actually go out of my way to dig it up. It is Godot engine, which I think you will be able to see if I do this. Yep, there you go. Yep, the desire path thing. So I can like, I can actually like go into my other projects. I'd have to download it, but I have it on GitHub. You did the Plutus Pioneers program? I think that's really cool. Like, I really do think that, like, it's kind of like a niche area of programming that's becoming more relevant, and it's probably, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people doing all sorts of like careers in that whole area, and I think there could be a lot of interesting stuff done with it that's fun or exciting or like kind of cutting edge. It kind of felt like that to me, so I was like kind of interested, but at the same time I'm not sure if like writing mission critical financial software is really what I should be doing. I don't know. Oh, wait. Okay, let's see. .scn? I don't even know what file that is. glb.scn. This looks like pretty irrelevant, actually. So, okay, so you were asking about the desire paths, right? Right, so I don't know what it's bitching about for. I don't know why it's complaining. I think there's some, there's a lot of concerns about structure. Like, here's an example of something that is like a little bit fucking freaky. Like, that is a scary fucking message that I wrote right there. And it's still like complaining, like it's just spitting out errors, like no, I think it's some like Godot specific problem. Like, I basically just downloaded this entire project and there's like an import folder that I can't see, but it's here. If I go into my file system, I can find it. And then there's like random files here that are not strictly necessary, but they just make it so you don't have to re-import files. And it's complaining about one of those. It's complaining about a couple of those, and there's some other error as well about has nodes as true, returned error unavailable. For scene importer, SCN might be some kind of scene. And maybe, like, it's possible somewhere else there's like a reference to like this import folder and this file that, I don't know, like this, it's just like annoying. Yeah, grass logic. This was when I made the colored bounding boxes in that video that I showed. Like, create flora runs, okay? Where's create flora? Here it is. Alright, so this is kind of the beginning of this section. Oh, this is where I'm actually... Right, so I went back into the thing where I decided to actually make physical grass on the map along with like flowers that randomly spawn. I did this in another project too. For some reason I keep doing this crap over and over. Yeah, so that's to create these like multi-meshes. it actually gets the surface of the level geometry and uses that to figure out where to put grass and flowers. For each surface triangle, make sure that, oh yeah, so I create these like special bounding boxes. Which really, I think the grass bounding boxes were for something else. The grass bounding boxes were for the... Wait, this is... No, where is the code for... Yeah, up here... Right. This is for like when the player is actually walking around the world and you make the grass texture turn into dirt over time, and it actually saves data about where you've been. Or like, it saves data about like how much dirt to show in that 3D coordinates. So in order to do that, I create these bounding boxes where grass kind of lives, and then assign 3D coordinates to that area. It's still kind of not a great way to do it though, because this bounding box solution that I came up with only helps reduce the amount of redundant data, but it still feels like it's storing more data than it really needs to. Basically, I make bounding boxes that are axis aligned around areas where grass should exist, and then it creates data for that area in 3D. But then it does some crazy shits where it actually takes the data and puts it inside of a texture, and then sends the texture to the GPU, and then does logic with the GPU to figure out what to draw. Grass material, is this it? No, this is spatial material, no. I guess I could like open the level itself. Right, and then find some piece of grass. The grass looks really weird in the editor, by the way, because it hasn't done the logic. So it looks like really fucked up, but this is the material though. So the geometry of the level itself, if I just open that alone, this contains a big mesh, and that mesh has the material, the grass material, and these materials get set upon importing the level, because I actually wrote a script to import it and then take care of assigning things. But this shader is where the GPU grass logic exists. This is what Weasel was talking about the other day. That's funny. Let's see. Yeah, so this is code that runs in the GPU to determine how to draw the grass. And what I mean by grass, I actually don't mean like the physical grass that pops out of the ground, but the underlying like ground texture. This is logic for the ground texture. And it does have to grab that texture that I passed into the GPU. Under here you can see there are shader params. And there's axis aligned bounding box data and collision data. So these bits of information actually get passed in as textures. And then the GPU can grab data out of the images and start working with that data. So it's like a way to pass a large amount of information into the GPU. It feels like almost a little hacky because you're like, I need to have a large amount of data that the GPU is considering. So what I'm gonna do is turn that data into a picture and send the picture in, because it can take pictures, right? Because GPUs are built to take like textures. But they don't have as good of support for stuff like arrays. Like if I want to pass an array in and use that in my logic for how I want to draw the pixel, then how am I going to get that information in? And it seems like an image is the way to do it. So use data to create an image that contains information about where the player has walked previously, and then use some fancy math to, it's not even that fancy, it's just fetching pieces of the image and knowing how to parse it and get back its original meaning. Yep. And then do some cool stuff with that. So I don't know, that was like pretty fun to work out. So what you end up seeing in the editor view for some reason is like this banding effect. And this kind of shows what the shader can do, because like if the player walked in a perfectly straight line back and forth, you could make these marks on the ground. It looks a lot more organic and nice in the actual game, because like you're walking around naturally and it's like you're creating paths and shit over time. But yeah, for some reason I don't even want to try running it right now, like the game itself. Kinda don't even want to bother to try to running it, I don't know. I guess the thing that I just showed you is pretty much strictly aesthetic. and doesn't seem to have gameplay. Lately I've been wondering about gameplay more. I think I got pretty obsessed with like aesthetics because I kind of came from wanting to do like web design and development for a while, and so I fucked around with style sheets like a lot for a while. So there are certain like aesthetic qualities that you can achieve, and it's kind of nice to do things like that. But it doesn't have anything to do with gameplay. But I don't really know what has value. Like this grass thing is kind of trying to show... It's like an idea almost. It's like leaving an imprint on the world or something. Yep, I'm not working on it anymore. I think I've abandoned the project. Well, your question reminds me of something I thought of recently, which has to do with like speedrun leaderboards often require human moderation, and I was trying to think of like automated systems for leaderboard moderation. You would need a game itself that was designed with that automation in mind. So I'm talking not about old games, but like some new game. But the concept is kind of like the server would send you a seed. That seed would kind of determine what... See, there's kind of like a contradiction between like measuring your result in one situation. Like, okay, so in speedrunning you do the same thing over and over and it becomes extremely boring because it's not dynamic. But the more dynamic something is, the harder it perhaps is to measure a result out of it. And with like speedrunning and high scoring, it's about getting a result. And I think results can be kind of nice in life because there's like clear cause and effect, and like you can learn from those experiences and understand. And I think the right game can really like allow you to like be flowing and making decisions and stuff, and I think that potentially has a lot of potential because I think it seems that it's true that humans are very attention starved and they want like constant attention or something. And I don't know, I feel like one of the reasons I still play Smash is because it's like you're making a lot of decisions rapidly, I guess. But I mean, as you saw earlier, I got kind of depressed while playing it, so I don't know. I don't know, it's really just a lesson though when you feel bad. It's like, it's a lesson that like, okay, I explained this earlier, it's just, I hate rambling on stream honestly, because I feel like it's hard to, yeah, I'm still playing Smash after 20 years, but I don't know. Nothing else has been constant in my life, and I'm very willing to just drop something that I've been a part of for a while to do something else. It's just, yeah, I'm more interested in like the well, it's like if you had a speedrunning record as an NFT and that NFT is transferable, I guess it wouldn't have to be. I don't know how programmable it is. Like, can you basically? Okay, well, if you were in Plutus Pioneers, then you probably have thought about things like Atala Prism. So in that case, you have some kind of credential that's assigned specifically to your address or your account or whatever. And I feel like that makes sense. But yeah, I'm not sure how, like, what you can actually do with the monetary policy of Cardano native assets, for example. So, like, on Ethereum or other chains with Solidity, you sometimes see tokens that have mechanics where like a certain percent of the token supply is dealt with in a certain way upon every transaction that happens. And so that's like a programmable aspect that the end user cannot like get around. So I guess if you could like issue, if you could make some kind of like credential issuer, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like if you were doing something like what you suggested, then you'd want to make basically a non-transferable thing that can also be like revoked, or maybe not revoked, but like, I don't know. I was thinking of it more in terms of like removing the human moderation aspect of like gaming high scores or gaming speedrunning stuff. Because I think if you designed a game in a very particular way, you might be able to make something that within the game itself it keeps track of everything, and you'd try to make it non-exploitable. Like you would design the game around the philosophy of it not being exploitable. Like that would be baked into the philosophy of the game design itself. So then when I have these kinds of thoughts, it's sort of like I'm coming up with these like outer pieces, like where you want something in the middle, but whatever it is that is in the middle is a huge question mark. And I'm making some kind of strange infrastructure around this thing that doesn't exist yet, but I think it actually kind of makes sense based on everything that I've learned. Yeah, I mean, okay, you could imagine like a version of Pokemon that, like, I don't know how you would do it, but like, for example, like Chainlink can provide like randomness, like fair randomness, for example. But that's just one tiny little piece, right? What I'm saying is like an entire experience like Pokemon where you'd catch stuff, and then if you really philosophize, if you like really focus on have it being non-exploitable, because right now Pokemon is hella exploitable, and any game that is purely just running on your machine, you can obviously, you're basically God and you can do anything. So that almost turns those games into toys. It's like, okay, I have this toy in my house, but if you can create like a wider thing, then it becomes something bigger than just that. It's more than just a toy, right? I just like to play Elite Smash Lou. That's just how I prefer to play. I just got tinnitus. Well, okay, here's some problems though. We already know that if the game is the same thing every time, then it's like dead. So to make a game that's alive, like I think seeded generation, games with generative aspects that use the seed, where the seed can be used as a way to verify. Actually, not just the seed, but the player's inputs combined with the seed. So you get issued a seed for that playthrough, and then you play, and then you send back the seed and your inputs. And this is like time sensitive also, so it doesn't basically go to war with illegitimacy. Make an automated valid leaderboard. How do you do it? Make it so the game itself is interfacing with that leaderboard, and do everything in your fucking power to design a game that cannot be exploited. Can you do it? Where are the challenges there? That's something I've been thinking of kind of recently. I'm not sure what you mean. If you mean Smash Ultimate, every character has a ranking. So I have a rank with every character. 100% of the characters are in Elite Smash. But that's really just because I've been playing Smash for 20 years, so getting like further up in Elite is something I can do, and bringing every character into Elite, it's really not that hard. Maybe that's like a bad perspective, because it might be hard. It might be really challenging for like. Well, actually, they made the Elite barrier lower recently, so it's actually easier to get into Elite. I don't know. Yeah, you could incorporate human moderation and stuff. You could. I mean, it's possible to build such a system. I don't know if it, yeah, I don't know. I think my interest is more just being curious about what game design makes sense with all those limitations that I've brought up recently, and that's also why I was working on that strange grid-based, like, connected network game recently, because it was something kind of along those lines. But for the networked game though, I think I had a realization more recently that when you actually play the game locally, it could be really fluid and not dependent on an internet connection. Just, I think the act of receiving the seed and sending the inputs and the seed to like a verification server, like that makes sense to me. So it's like if you were playing it, it's like you would be connected to the internet and receive the seed, and then you'd basically play it locally, and then you would send the inputs and the seed to the verification server. Like, yeah. I think that makes sense, yeah. So then you brainstorm ways to cheat such a system. How could you cheat it? Are there scripts you could make? Are there ways to automate parts of the gameplay? Are there any tool-assisted things you could do to make high scoring, like to basically kind of exploit the system? And then you think of a way to design a game in which there's not really a way to get like an unfair advantage. Like that's kind of what I'm interested in. I just lost my light. I kind of like the darkness anyway, fuck it. Couldn't you, for example, with Smash, play someone you know up to your ranking? So basically leveling someone's account for them. Yeah, I actually don't know. I'm actually not sure what you would do to avoid that. Because like, you're right, that's a potential exploit. Because like ideally you would have like one person means one account, and you don't have like 100 accounts, and you're not leveling other people's accounts and shit. That's actually a really good point. I'm not really sure what the solution is. Like account sharing. Account sharing is actually a problem. Does anyone have any solutions for account sharing or boosting other players' accounts? You see it in games like League of Legends, or what, any fucking game with like an account. Right, I mean, there's a thing about going too far and trying to prevent stuff, I guess. I mean, it's funny though, cause like, for some like high-level speedrunning stuff that has happened, there were discussions about like, oh, they should be using a webcam. Like there have been some like discussions along those lines in the past. It's kind of interesting. Like a hand cam or some shit. Oh, maybe you're saying something else about like, I don't know. I'm not sure what you're saying actually. Trying to model their playstyle, yeah. See, that's the thing, like, there might be some problems in game design that like can't really be solved elegantly, and in that sense you end up in this, I don't know. It's just kind of annoying. Yeah, it stops feeling elegant at a certain point. Imagine you want to compose an extremely elegant system, and then you have a bunch of like black box AIs like doing random algorithmic shit on the system. I mean, it sounds like this is what like .hack was kind of about, which is kind of fun actually. It's like a game where inside the game there's like shit is just happening, and like the admins don't even really know what's going on, but like there's just like things that happen, like parts of it are just out of control and like manifesting whatever the fuck. Like, I think that's maybe why I enjoyed the vibe of like the .hack anime. I watched .hack Sign and .hack Roots. They both had a very similar vibe. Yeah, I mean, something like moderation it just seems like a really advanced problem. And so if we're trying to design like an elegant game, then having like AI moderators it's just like a little bit, I don't know. I mean, I guess it could work in a way, but like I don't know if it really would. Because what, you'd have the AI recognize play style? I mean, you can play differently. You can adapt, you know? It just doesn't seem like a solution for account sharing to me. I don't know, I think we're dealing with something of basically infinite complexity. You're dealing with like arbitrary behavior. No, I'm just saying you can't solve it like that. I don't think it's gonna get solved like that. Maybe it's unsolvable. Well, I don't know. I think we have infinite potential, and we can act in arbitrary ways. I just don't think... I mean, first of all, let's say I was actually trying to make something, right? Not just like talk about it. Let's say I was actually trying to make something. The system you're proposing is not something I would feel comfortable attempting to implement. A free will debate. Well, it's like, I think we have different levels of willpower at different times. And sometimes we are like God and able to change the course of history, and other times we are nothing but a spectator floating along. It's like ways in which a system could be exploited. Account sharing. Why would account sharing be an exploit? Because people have different accounts. And ideally we'd like one person for one account and always and have that be static. I mean, you could have a thing where players have multiple accounts or something, but yeah, then there's account sharing, so it's like I will offer you my services to do better at this than you can. I will log into your account and artificially boost your shit in exchange for money or something. I don't know. That's like already an industry. It's kind of a problem. So maybe I'm thinking about what the game is incorrectly. Like, if this is an insurmountable problem, what is a game in which that is not a problem? I mean, you could have a game that's a lot more insignificant, where it doesn't matter. And I feel like most games fit in that criteria. I think most games don't take themselves too seriously, and don't try to be anything more than just a game. And when I say just a game, I mean kind of like a toy that you have. Kind of just a toy. Maybe due to my history with speedrunning, that I've taken the concept of high scoring or like world record or something, or leaderboards too seriously. I think there's something I've liked about it though. Like a performance that can be graded. I mean, that makes me think also about AI, about like training agents to achieve goals or whatever. Just never quite delved in. I didn't. Some of the stuff is like getting started seems really fucking annoying, but I mean, I had enough time to get started, I just didn't follow through. Maybe I don't know, am I lazy? I don't want to be like some, I don't know. Get started with creating agents that play games, where the games give you results, and then the agent, you know, developing little brains that can play games and shit. I mean, I at least understood the structure of some of the basic components. Basically, you have data about the world coming in. you also have a history of prior states of the world, and then you also have your actions. So like on every time step you perform an action, and you would also have some kind of prediction thing where you're basically trying to predict, like, if I take this action, is the next state going to be what I think it is? And then you can compare the projected future with the actual future. So, I don't know. Basically, there's people who have really done some cool work, but at the same time, I don't see a lot of exciting stuff happening lately. I haven't maybe been looking, but to me it seemed like using games to train systems to recognize like future states of the system, and then actions to take to arrive in certain future states that would be desirable. I found that area interesting. I mean, I know you basically take in all the information as kind of like a big vector in a really high dimensional space, and then it's like, I don't know, I can't go into it much because I'll probably butcher some aspects of it, but you know, gradient descent and local minima and escaping local minima, etc., right? Using games as a tool for a machine to learn with. Yeah. Like, I made a board game, and there's obviously a meta game where some moves are less optimal. And like, I wanted like a really deep analysis of it that could like fully explain like everything about it. But like, the act of trying to do the analysis, I didn't really know what to do. Like, you can add like arbitrary mechanics to a game and it changes the metagame, obviously. But is the metagame evolving in a way that is like healthy? Like, as you change the game, like as you patch the game, update the game and change the game, like with every action you take, you're like altering the meta, but is it being like moved in a good direction? That's really fucking hard to like measure or determine objectively. Take care. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like chess, Go, poker, partial information games. I'm sure they could take the poker AI and train it on cosmic blocks or something like some similar structure to it. Because my game was an imperfect information game. So there's like a probabilistic, like, it's also, it's kind of a turn-based game, but you both move simultaneously. So in every single action, there's also uncertainty about what the opponent is going to do, because you don't know what their move is going to be at the same time that yours comes out. But you can also place mines on the field that are invisible, so you can... That's another aspect of the game that has imperfect information, because only like hidden information, like one side knows more about the state of the system. I need to stop biting my lip. Yep. I mean, he's brought up really frequently. Names that are brought up maybe less frequently would be like Jeremy Howard, for example. And I follow Ben Goertzel also because he's like at the mix of blockchain and AI, so it's like obviously I'm interested in both of those things. Jeremy Howard is like an Australian AI researcher guy who also created a lot of tutorials. I think one of them is Fast AI, basically a way to get people into machine learning more rapidly. And there's also, I think he's a pretty good speaker, and also, I don't know, I think a lot of people in that space like acknowledge that there's a lot of potential with it, and it's like an exciting field. I might need to reload this. I don't think it has that much left to go. Yeah, I think I want to just sit on camera and be loved. Getting a volcano. I don't know what that means. I feel like I never look fresh because I feel like I need more tops, more clothing. I think so. I feel like I've made Twitter a less relevant place for myself. And just having long form streams is better. It is kind of what I said though, where it's like kind of lonely, kind of parasocial. Nope, I've not tried that, nope. I acknowledge that there might be substances, as in drugs, that are both non-harmful and psychologically stimulating, or like psychedelically stimulating in a way that is like genuinely beneficial and not just like not any bad connotations attached to it, I guess. I think sometimes art is good in a way to express something that is like it's better left in like an artistic form or something. Like it better expresses. Perhaps my issue with game development is that I don't have anything to express other than like questions about like some kind of external structure or something. I'm actually pretty high right now. Like, I think that it's almost like I believe that a game can be more than a toy if it has, like, I don't know, like the value of media. We're talking about something like, if we could completely contrast it to something like a movie or a TV show or a book or like whatever, then, like, you know, there's obviously a lot of different I don't know. It's too, like, broad of a topic to, like, really I don't know. I was just thinking more about, like, systems, state of the system, evolving state of the system, actions in a system that yield results, etc., etc. It's like feeling out the core engine of the game and, like, the truth of the game when you're playing it. Like, what is left after, like, I don't know. It's like there's a lot to uncover or, like, feel out, even outside of being shown a story. This is just the song I'm listening to recently. It saves me the hassle of trying to find audio that don't put the stream in jeopardy or something stupid like that. I randomly have a headache. Suddenly I got like a headache. It's really random. It's like only on this side of my head. I just got myself some water, but do you think it could be a lack of caffeine? Is that possible that I think I kind of look like shit a little bit. Yeah, my appearance is kind of ugly. I must completely fix my problems. I feel like a fucking religious figure. Like, when I went to play Octopath Traveler, I started with Ophelia. That probably says something about my psychology. This thing. This thing. I never know how much to spin this thing to get it to like come out. No, it's the like Ophelia versus Tessa versus there's two other ones. The dancer and the hunter. Yeah, I just feel like just like fucking clean up my fucking face, please. Just clean it up. Just clean it up. Yeah. Just go fucking crazy. Just go totally crazy. Jesus. I just had problems with my appearance. I feel like I still do, and that didn't help anything. No, it's kind of embarrassing. It's kind of like I would just like to look nice, and that's all. Let me try caffeine. Someone recommended caffeine. I think I'm gonna go get some caffeine. I hit the vape, I did, and I'll probably keep hitting it. Just hit it all night. I mean, I think caffeine's a really mild drug, so it's not too big of a deal. Like, I think the headache that I had earlier was like really temporary. It was like, it just like suddenly hit me, and then it just kind of went away. So I'm not really seeking caffeine for the headache. I just kind of wanted to be a little bit more energized instead of like completely like wanting to crawl back into bed, I guess. It's going okay. You know, it's funny, earlier we were talking about game development and also the creative aspects of it, or having some kind of vision for what it should be. And I think there is maybe a really interesting story or narrative that is possible to tell based on like all of my thoughts. So I think there could be something interesting in like a narrative sense, but I think I'm not necessarily, I don't think I've been creative enough to figure out a way to make it into an interesting story or something. Instead, I feel like I get hung up on like other aspects of it. Yeah, the Nintendo E3, my thoughts are basically that, oh, they're porting Super Monkey Ball. Okay. They have Metroid Dread. I think I heard that name like 15 years ago. It's cool to see that it exists, and it looks pretty decent. Also, Monster Hunter Stories 2 looked maybe kind of fun. There's a demo coming out in about a week from now, where if I wanted to do that on stream, I could, I guess. So at least that's an option that opens up suddenly. There's one more thing, the Breath of the Wild 2 teaser, which still didn't show too much. I mean, you got a better idea of some aspects of the game, but there's still like not very much shown, so I don't know what it's gonna be, but it's still gonna take a while to get there. I look amazing very occasionally. In other moments I look like I'm having a hard time. setting and main character, right? So I did come up with, I was like, I like Castlevania 64. I want to make a game that has like 10 levels, and it's 3D jumping around, and you have sub weapons, and you have health, and there's other kind of magic things. But after doing like a little bit of environment work, I think around the time I started building out some kind of environment, I realized I did not want to work on it, and that I wanted to like quit. No, because it was 3D. Symphony of the Night is very different than 64. I have no favorite anything. Yeah, it's like, okay, like, character modeling was kind of fun. I enjoyed shaping things, and it's fun to get inspired and like go find references for things that you want to create, and then like plan it out and actually get it done or whatever. But once it got to the point of animation, I felt like doing animation correctly is extremely hard. And even if you watch DeBuzz's overview of the new Smash character, he points out a frame in which Kazuya, I think his name is, his torso is twisted in a way where you can actually tell like the 3D model is bending in a way that looks like bad. So even on like professional fucking AAA teams, you have fucking problems with this stuff. And so it just felt like I didn't want to do it. And then also, actually, it's not just animation, but the way the character actually interacts with the environment in the game, which is more up my alley. Like, figuring out rules for that kind of thing actually kind of makes sense for me to do. But I guess like just, I was actually struggling with that, and I was also struggling with the animation. And it's like, okay, how many times do I have to redo this weight painting before I can get her to like put her arm down and up and not have her shoulder look horrible? Like, I don't know. And then the animations themselves were okay, but like I made like a walk and a run that were like kind of okay. But I was having some issues also with like when I crouch her down, I want her knees to be pointed in a certain direction. And like I was having trouble with like the way like the rigging works, like the way the inverse kinematics works. And like I go to Blender help and ask for help, and like I'm shadow banned on the subreddit because of account karma or some bullshit. It's like Reddit is a fucking hellhole where I can't exist because they fucking shadow ban me before I can even post an honest thread. No, yeah, I did a lot. It was like there was some good parts to it, there was some bad parts to it. I'm glad I did it. Yeah, it's true that there should be more and more like stuff coming out. Like, it's tough, right? Because like human-based animation, it's hard to create like standards and like, or create like a, it's tough. Like, I don't know, it's pretty tough. I know there's stuff coming out, but like there's a lot of like very specific software packages that work with like a very specific type of thing. And it's like, okay, well I can take that and like use that, but like it starts to feel, I don't know, there's some stuff about it that feel it's like, instead of letting my imagination run wild, it's like I'm taking a bunch of third-party plugins and tools, and that kind of feels kind of like a jumbled piece of shit in some ways, but I guess the idea is to create something more elegant. But I don't know, it's tough. Because everything we're saying has to do with like rendering, and none of it has to do with like game logic at all. And I think I'm interested in game logic, and this is more of like a it's like technical tools to create something aesthetically akin to the vision that you want. But maybe the key is to actually focus on the more fundamental part of it. Or like to not focus on like fluid animation. I mean, I have a Godot engine open right now, and like I've done a lot of stuff in Blender and Godot engine, and I feel like I just can't figure out what to do. Like, maybe there would be a reason to have a 3D animated model, and I made a pretty cool model, and there are parts to it, damn it, there are like parts to it that like even allow some artistic skills that I've built up over my life to actually come through a little bit. So in that sense, there's something good about it, and like I can appreciate that. It's just like mastering all aspects of it to like bring it 100% to life. It's like, feels like it's beyond me. I liked 3D modeling in Blender. I could show you the character model if you want to see it. Oh fuck, you didn't hear what I just said. Anyway, I was just saying, like, give me some time to show you it, but the last time I worked on it, I was gonna maybe redo her hair, because I was struggling with how I wanted her hair to be. And so I started doing something like just a 2D outline of like something it could kind of be, and then I realized I hated my life and I wanted to die, so I stopped working on it entirely. So ignore that. That's like some other bullshit. If you'll give me a second, I can find hair. I don't know what this is. Let's go to rendered view. Okay, we have some problem. Oh, there's two meshes. I think this one was duplicated. There we go. Okay, and then I can hide this. Okay, and then this, I can hide this pink box. Alright, so this was a character I made. I can move the light. And there's soft shell shading. And basically, yeah, this has a texture on it, but it's a little bit janky. But I still kept with the cell shading. Like, you can have textures and cell shading simultaneously. She's got hands. Hold on, let me get a view. Ah, I need to set like a hotkey that I don't have anymore. Yeah, I need to like... I need to edit the hotkeys in Blender. Alright. So she has hands. And she has these shorts. She has this shirt. And then I have a special shader going on with the tights, or the leggings. Like, I came up with my own custom shader logic to make it shade like this. It combines the cell shading with an idea that if you're looking eyeball like perfectly straight on, then more of the skin tone should come through, and if you're looking more at an off angle, then like the darker color should come through, which actually makes a lot of sense. And so I wrote custom shader logic for that. I made these boots, and she's actually rigged, so if I find the armature, then I can enter pose mode, and I can start moving stuff around. Right. And yeah, her the thing she's wearing actually bends. Like, this actually moves relative to where her legs are, so like it actually comes out when her leg goes back. If I showed you the other layer here, then you can see all the bones of the armature that affect the way that her cardigan bends when her legs move. They all, like all the yellow ones, have programmed logic in them to determine how they should move. Or yeah, this here. So her shoulder kind of collapses when her arm comes down. Like, it collapses too much. It actually gets, it kind of gets fucked up. It doesn't even look that bad here, but it actually gets pretty bad. And she can bring her arm up. Also, every finger can bend separately, or like, you know. So I actually set all this up. I did it all from scratch, and I'm pretty proud of all the work that I did on it. And I was able to port her over to Godot engine and also get all the shading working correctly. But yeah, I was like frustrated with parts of her hair, and I wanted to like try to fix it. And also in general, doing animation feels really tedious and annoying, but I do have some animation, so I can go find, like, if I reset her pose, or I forgot the hotkey. Clear pose, I guess. Right, okay. So, for example, here's a walk animation. Right. And you can see the shoulder collapsing is like a huge fucking problem. And you can also see how the cardigan moves with her legs moving. Anyway, I haven't been looking at the chat at all, but I'm gonna look at the chat again. Yeah, there's no hair physics right now. I actually had some hair physics working in like an older version of this. Yeah, I wrote my own shaders, or I created my own shader logic. I can actually show you the shader graph here. Right, so this is my node structure for if I can stop the animation and then just go back to a view where you can see it. I don't know why I have this extra window here. Right. I don't know what, yeah, whatever. So I just set all this up myself. There's a bit of help with a guide. Like, there's different ways of doing this stuff, but it's actually kind of intuitive. At least if you, like, I don't know. Like, this stuff feels like sort of a comfort zone for me, and I really like Blender's node setup. It lets you really organize your stuff and like do it in such a cool way. It's like, right, like with the tight shading, like there's the skin color that I pre-selected, but it also passes in the actual green vertex color signifies that this is a part of the mesh that is the tights. So if I actually went to vertex color, you'd see it green. And then if it is green, then this is like the flag that turns on the tight shading. And the tight shading takes in the normal vector dot product with the incoming. So there's the direction of the surface normal on her leggings, and then also the incoming like camera angle, like the way, like it's like camera dependent, right? So dot product of those determines how much skin should come through in the color. And then, yeah, so these are just like little mathematical widgets, and that gets passed out to like the final mix. Then for the cardigan, I needed to include the cardigan texture, which is a PNG file, and have a little bit different logic for the shading. And then here's, with just the flat colors, there's a Yeah, I guess they have UVs, and there's a really simple texture with just simple colors on it, and yeah, that's how I did that. And this, I like the soft cell shading more than the like flat lines, so I left like this gap here. I don't know. It was like really fun to build this. And then I did translate this into code for like a GLSL based shader for Godot engine. Yeah, this was all done from scratch. Right, so the selling 3D models, like, it was hard enough just to do this one project. I feel like if I was to do like a bunch of them, like, it was like to me it was a big task to like do this, so like it's not something I want to like feel like I have to do for clients or something. That sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, it's true that you can port it for like VTubers type stuff. Umate did that recently, and I thought it was pretty cool. So like, one problem though is like, she currently has no facial animation whatsoever, so it's really like dead, and that'd be horrible for like a VTuber thing. Like, probably the most advanced part of animation was like the cardigan moving, but it's still like, it's not actually physics based, it's just based on where her legs are, so it looks still kind of fake compared to like, see, that's the thing, you can bring in like a physics engine into it. Like, to make it even more alive, you'd want the cloth to be like cloth simulation, right? Why is it so dark? Like, I was obviously really happy with it. There was still problems with it. Some of the animation didn't work right with the shoulder, and I didn't feel like doing a whole bunch of animations for like actions in a game when I wasn't really that motivated to make a game. Like, I made some environment, and then I don't know, I just didn't want to do it. And doing stuff like attacks or something, like I did model like a sword. Like, I don't know, I was just making random shit, and like, I don't know, I just don't want to go through all this effort when I don't feel that I'm creating something that's like inherently compelling. I'm simply just like randomly building, which is kind of good in a way. It's kind of good, but it's also like, I wanted to just quit, and I did. Like, here are some examples of creative activities that I used to engage in that I simply dropped. One is making music. I used to make music, and then I just stopped. 2 is portrait art. I used to paint portraits, then I just stopped. 3 is the 3D modeling and animation. I used to do that, then I dropped it. That was like a more recent thing that I dropped. I'm not like one of those people who does mods. So like porting a model into another game is not something that I am familiar with or really that interested in, honestly. I wanted to make my own thing, I think. Yeah, I mean, if I dug out the tablet, the Wacom tablet, like it'd be possible to do more portraits, I guess. Basically though, like, I think they were like a little bit, I think I was very creatively stuck because I was so reliant on source material, and I'm like too autistic to like have a more creative interpretation of the subject. So instead I'm like really just trying to copy what the other image is. And sometimes you can add like colors and things in a way that makes it look nice, but at the same time it's really just, it felt like I was lacking like actual artistic like direction with any of the work that I did. Not all of it, but like I was kind of pessimistic about its like value or meaning. I did enjoy like blending colors. You can kind of get lost in that, very similarly to when you're 3D modeling and you're just like pulling points around and you're like moving the camera and pushing a point this way, and you're basically making the exact shape that you want. Like that's pretty addictive. Very similarly, painting skin, like blending the colors and making it like you're just like constantly like, it's like perpetually reworking it, and it's like kind of fun to do that actually. Yeah, I guess it was kind of technical, and it was not conceptual at all, really, because I'm like basing it very heavily on the source material. Yeah, I used to do some stuff in Photoshop. I still have like a few of the old pictures, but what's funny is like I do consider myself like bad at drawing, but at the same time like copying a portrait is something I feel like I'm capable of doing. Like you give me a photograph and I can probably like paint the photograph, not even trace it, just eyeball it, not color pick it, just figure out the color myself, right? So no tracing, no color picking. I can probably make it look like a pretty cool piece of art, but it's also, like I said, it's like, it feels like there's almost no originality to my process, I guess. And if I had to like draw like if I had to like envision a character and just like draw some new character or something, I wouldn't be able to make you anything that looked good, I think. So that's like kind of, I think art probably gets more fun, especially if you're drawing like characters, if you are creating the character and not copying the character. I think being abstract can be good. No, I'm not a robot. I think maybe I'm just a little bit too rigid. I'm too rigid as a person. In some aspects. I don't know, there's like, it just feels like there's a lot of aspects of life that are not really my comfort zone. So I feel like in some situations I'm sinking instead of swimming, but in others I'm swimming. And I haven't actually gone swimming in years. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I'm too shy to go swimming in a public place. And I do kind of miss swimming, I guess. And swimming was never a competitive thing with me. There was just pure, just like joy. Swimming was just fun to swim. That's interesting. I feel like I am a burned out creator, I guess. I don't know how much of a creator I am. I'm just creating streams. You perfect an aspect of a project that satisfies you and it's time to move on to the next project. That might be kind of true. That's like probably true of how I looked at like Castlevania and how I'm looking at my previous game projects and 3D modeling work. Yeah, I was never satisfied with her face though. Like the face of the 3D model. Like for one thing it didn't animate and it also somehow didn't satisfy me. I think because I spent so long actually painting faces that whatever I made in that 3D modeling software was somehow not quite right. I know there was some stuff with like wanting to retopologize her face a little bit to get the shading to end up like flowing more naturally, and then also something about there's some I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, there was something about, right, so there's a couple aspects to it. One is that there's this concept of custom normals, which basically means controlling how the light flows across the surface in a way more than just the shape of the face. And it's actually notably very relevant when you're working with like stylized characters with like some kind of cell shading. It seems to be extremely relevant. And so I did apply a custom normal setup to the face, and it works. But the problem is, there are still features that you want to emphasize. So one of those things is, for example, the nose. Like I never figured out how I wanted the normals of the nose to be. Like there are different things you can do to like get a little shadow underneath, or to have some kind of line, or other different strategies to like express the face. There's a lot, like I was kind of focused on a little bit of like an stylized kind of like, you know, it was certainly not supposed to be photorealistic at all. So I wasn't really sure what the style should be, but I think that like I was unsatisfied in the end with what I had, because it was, one, it was like unfinished, two, there was no facial animation, and three, there was I forgot what I was gonna say again. Yeah, yeah, she wasn't like young. She was just like basically an adult. Like I made her kind of tall, and I made her kind of an adult. I think what I was trying to say earlier is that the portrait painting work I'd done in the past, that didn't get to shine through in the 3D modeling work at all. Like I wasn't able to like combine those two worlds, and so I felt like something was really missing from like her face. Thing is, like I really don't mind like blending skin tones and stuff like that. No, I do have a tablet. I just didn't know how to do it in 3D. Like I didn't know how to get the style that I wanted. I didn't know what the style that I wanted was. Like I've been kind of inspired in the past by the direction that anime has gone. In terms of like a representation of a human form while also being expressive and having emotions. I think that there has been some interesting, perhaps, optimizations of the human form that have like repeatedly expressed themselves through many decades and many years of work that I think came out of Japan. And I think so in some way I'm like kind of, I think they're onto something with what they're doing with stylization. But I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure how it should be. Like I think what the portrait painting I did in the past taught me was that like that fine-tuned like blending and like getting color how you want it is actually like, I think it can lead to something pretty cool. But I wasn't able to do that with, like if you make like a generic anime face, you basically have two tones. And then it's really all about where the shadow is. And also the proportions of like facial features. You'll notice that anime, they reduce the nose and they enlarge the eyes because the eyes are supposed to be kind of like a more expressive part of the face. And the nose is like less relevant. I also have kind of a big nose. And like sometimes they take it to an extreme where the nose is like a tiny speck, where they just completely like, they say fuck the nose. And other times you get like Annie from Attack on Titan, who has a prominent nose like on purpose as part of her character design. Yeah, I don't know how many people here are like trying not to be spoiled on Attack on Titan. But I kind of feel like the first half of the next, like there's one more series of episodes coming out, right? There's like one more, it's like the final season part 2, right? It's supposed to be the ending, right? Now I got too curious and I went to go read the ending. Because I just like, I didn't want to wait another year or two, just like give it to me. So I went and read the ending, right? Now from my perspective, out of the remaining episodes, it sort of feels to me that the first half of them are gonna be fucking epic, and the second half are gonna be like, wow, that's how it ends? Like, that's how it ends? So I'm a little bit nervous about it, because like it's already been canonized, like how it ends, but somehow I'm not satisfied with the ending, and I think I don't know, it's interesting. I do think the first half of the remaining episodes will be like really fucking epic, because I remember like reading it and I was like really fucking hooked, and then like the final section of it, I think, is gonna be like kind of whack. Like, I don't know. That's just my impression of it. I've watched Angel's Egg. That was a pretty provocative one. I watched a bit of Ghost in the Shell, but I never got into it that much. I think maybe I would have got into it more like when it first came out, if I had watched it back then, but I never liked Bleach, but I to be honest, I only watched like one or two episodes or something, but for some reason it did not go well with me. No. In general, I actually watch anime and not read manga. Yeah, I've seen Madoka. It's good, actually. Like, I think it took me a bit to get into it. I think I might have seen, like, a little bit of it at first and kind of dismissed it, but when I went back to it and went through the whole thing, especially I think that third movie, which was like actually, I think the first two movies were like summing up what happened in the show, and then the third movie was like a unique thing. I remember really liking the third movie, and I think there was some good stuff about the show, and I think they're actually making a fourth movie now, but I don't know anything about it. I mean, I'm still kind of watching it, or like I have a tab open in a browser somewhere where I'm like I'm like partially through the show, and I probably will finish it. Yeah, I guess I just didn't get into it enough to say anything about it. Like, I acknowledge it's like a well-made like thing. I just I don't know. I think when you showed me Euphoria, it like for some reason it like took me into this whole other thing that felt really compelling, and I think I was looking for something more like that. What is LSD like? To me, LSD is LSD is like psilocybin except kind of sparkly. It's like psilocybin except sparkly, and it leaves. Okay, in my experience, LSD has had no bad side effects afterwards, but with psilocybin, I've gotten really bad headaches. So, from my limited experience with LSD, it seems preferable in my own experience to psilocybin. I think they both kind of do a similar thing. Okay, psilocybin I would describe as it allows parts of your brain to work together that usually do not work together. And I think when that happens, I think a lot of aspects of life can be very poetic almost, and you can like find like shocking beauty. Maybe not shocking, but like you can just softly start crying over like a metaphor that is so deep because it connects like all these other parts of your brain together or something. But the problem is with psilocybin, from my experience, is that like for the come down afterwards, it's like your brain has to kind of like disconnect or like it's not connected in that same way anymore, and it's a little bit like kind of grinding to a halt, and it can lead into headaches and like unpleasantness. It's like, to me, the come down of like I feel like basically a hangover. You know how you get like a hangover on alcohol, where you could have like a headache, or you want to throw up or something, or you just feel like absolute shit for like a whole day. In my experience, there is a psilocybin hangover where it really fucks it creates like a headache that is persistently like there for like hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. It's like literally 36 hours of a headache. Like, do you want to have a bad headache for 36 hours? You probably don't. So that's why I stopped taking psilocybin. I don't want a headache like that. I think the moments where I'm on psilocybin, I think those are good moments. But whatever happens to me when I'm readjusting after I'm done, it occasionally triggers a headache that just lasts about a day and a half. Yeah, it's strange. Like, I don't think other people... I just have my own unique experiences with these things. Like, for me, THC is an extremely strong drug. And, like, I'm on it right now in a small dose, and I'll probably have a little bit more in a bit. It's the only drug I'm doing lately, other than caffeine and my hormones. No, I've never tried ketamine. Yeah, the experience itself, like, it's just kind of what I said. It just, like, once I did, like, a really large dosage of psilocybin. I say large, but it was, like, 5 instead of... Oh, no, I forget the dosages. I forget. Maybe it was the equivalent of 5 grams or something. I had it in a different format. Anyway, once I did a large amount of psilocybin, not like an extreme amount, just like a large amount, I felt like I was like wait, was that the stream where I beat 4chan and Smash? Because that's actually uploaded to my Smash channel. I think that might actually be recorded and uploaded. There's a video on my Smash channel called The Light, where I think I did a lot of mushrooms, and that might have been the stream where I did the large dose. But eventually V showed up into my stream and I just like annihilated every single challenger with Palutena. I think it was kind of a cringe stream in some ways. Like, it's not like, I don't try to advertise it. It's just something that happened. There's a funny story out of it, but like, I think it's probably not worth watching. Or I don't know, maybe I'm shy. I don't want people to watch it or something. I just think I remember some like awkward moments from it. I think I was like, I think sometimes I'm not very laid back, and instead things can feel like awkward. Narcissa Smash archive. I had some good games today. Like, I had a podcast running in the background though. I feel like I could take a few of the games that happened today and like cut it into its own video and put it on the Smash channel. The problem though is like, maybe I should play right now. Maybe I should play right now and try really hard to get some good games and then upload them. I kind of like doing that. It's just when I have like a podcast in the background, I feel like, I mean, I could upload it like that, but like, I don't know. I was just listening to the Lex Friedman podcast. What do I think of Kazuya? Kazuya is... I don't think this character is for me, but I mean, that's cool. I think other people will enjoy it. I don't think I will do much other than getting Kazuya into Elite Smash, which will take one battle because my average is so high. But maybe I could like do a little more. I just don't know if I'm like interested in... I just want to play as Mithra, I think. And I need to like be a little bit more diligent about some parts of some matchups. I really am just like a smasher, I think. I kind of want to play right now. I'm tempted to. Kinda tempted to. I no longer main Palutena. I am getting my ass fucking beat. I got like severely fucked up. Don't know why. Oh, that's why. They're actually fucking insane. Look at that number. I deserve that. they were pretty low rated. Alright, here's the rematch. I'll try not to like get fucking spiked. I'm like doing horribly. It's actually really bad. That was just horrendous. I don't know if I like have a personal problem with this matchup where I don't know what I'm doing. But this Diddy is like super low rated. So I'm having like really bad games. I don't know. It's pretty fucking ugly, honestly. Pretty disgusting. Alright, this is a different Diddy player who also lags. I can't play the game like this. It's actually too tilting. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, is it having zero confidence suddenly? Is it my mental state on THC? Is there something wrong with me? Or perhaps I just literally do not understand what to do against Diddy Kong. I mean, if I had like an overarching strategy, then perhaps I could just follow that strategy, but I feel like I don't. So I'm trying to like live in the moment, but I also don't know what the fuck I'm doing. It's pretty ugly. Like that Diddy was like really low rated. Like that was like a pretty big gap, like a power gap. And like, I just fucking suck. I don't know what to say. Like, am I trying to make Smash too complicated? Or like, I don't know what my problem is to like drop games like that. Like, what is my problem that would cause me to lose that match? Like, clearly there's a problem. I don't know what the problem is, but like, am I not seeing something that's very obvious? Am I just like, I don't know. It was like vibing so horribly or something. I don't know how to describe it. It was horrible. It was fucking awful. I'm gonna use the vaporizer again before I play. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I think if I had a better understanding of how to play the matchup, then like I would probably be like naturally doing things that actually make sense. So I think it's a knowledge gap on my part. It's strange, like, my self-confidence varies, like, so extremely when I'm streaming and also when I'm playing this game. Like, I have self-confidence that can either be, like, 0 or 100 or something. It's probably extremely hard to stomach. Actually, I think everyone who's watching this stream right now is probably some kind of fucking... I don't know honestly how you watch this, because I find it so cringe. Like, I find it unbearably cringe. I think I was at 8:30 GSP earlier, and I just like already fucking dive bombed. Like, it's so insane how, like, I don't know if it's matchup based or like confidence based. I feel like I have confidence problems sometimes. That was really weird. I don't know. I just think my personality is like often extremely cringe, basically. Like 100% cringe all day, every day. I guess I feel like a lack of control. I feel as I'm playing this matchup right now, I'm like getting hit by shit that I recognize. Like for example, like in kind of close proximity, Luigi's can often use down B. But it like always seems to just outrange what I'm expecting. Like that was a really good Luigi, but like it's like it feels like I'm watching them do like basic Luigi shit and I'm just getting hit by it. And I feel like I can do better than that. That's how I feel. So I guess I feel not limited. I just feel like a little bit lack of control. It's okay though. That's my emotional state currently. Okay, like, that Robin was a lot better than the Diddy Kong that I lost to. Judging by the GSP. And like, some people say, yeah, GSP doesn't matter, but under the hood though, it's kind of ELO, and ELO is actually a pretty decent ranking system, so like, that's why I feel upset about like the Diddy Kong loss earlier, because it's like they were so far down. I fight players that are like leveled up from them, and then I like 3-stock them. So I don't know why I lose to the Diddy Kong, you know? Like, I don't understand why that happens. I guess it's just like a lack of understanding the matchup or something. I don't know. I'll do extremely casual chess 960, but that's about it. There's so many Ness players now. I need to like step it up. I did train this matchup earlier today. I don't know what happened at the end there. That was like a really awkward ending. It feels bad to be upset again. I don't know if that came through on the microphone just now. I think I had it muted or something. That was ugly. That was a fucking ugly ending, man. What do I think about Dr. Mario? Dr. Mario is probably slightly underrated by the entire Smash community, but also definitely has limitations.
ざま手触りだ。ひざまずけ。
Foresight! Right here! Blazing edge! Let me at! Once again! Right here! Blazing edge!
Not like this. I threw that game away. That was ugly. Yeah, this Ness is about as good as me. Still, that was ugly ending. That makes me feel bad that I kind of dropped that game like that. That was ugly. It sucks to suck. I need to get out of the negative mindset and just play better.
Roll with us!
That final, what's the name of her hula hoop shit? Pyra's neutral B. The way I just used it was similar to the way the Luigi used their down B against me in a previous match. It's sort of like, okay, we're in a situation where they're in kind of close proximity. I can create this kind of hitbox around me, and if it sucks them into it, then they'll get fucking killed or whatever. It's very similar. But it's kind of gimmicky, because it's like, I don't know. it's kind of a sore subject though, because it's like you would feel better if you had all these people coming in thanks to Twitch, which you don't have, and that you've kind of tanked, and that you probably can't get back. Or if you did want to get it back, you'd have to go and do all this stuff and set up all this stuff, and then who even knows what would happen? And I might end up just feeling more depressed anyway. Like, I don't know. I just want to stream. Don't know what I was trying there. I guess I was trying to be experimental. I don't know, it's depressing to even talk about it though, in my opinion. It's like you are a slave to the big platform. It's like, okay, thanks. Whenever I die like that, I feel really bad. I just keep falling for it. I don't know why I do that. Is YouTube not like that? No, it is. I don't think there's much of a difference. It's just, I don't know, supposedly the gaming world exists on Twitch, so therefore I'm just lonesome all the fucking time because I don't want to like go through the hassle of getting my account back and going to stream on Twitch again. I don't know. Would rather just stream.
Right here! You're done. Got it! Game over! You're done. Lightning Buster!
Yeah, the Twitch conversation makes me think about maybe it's not fair to use this word, but neglect seems to be a word that's adjacent to how my streams have felt in the past. And I think the whole conversation about switching platforms reminds me of that. I don't know.
Right here. Let me at
Banjo's not my main. I can use Banjo, not extremely well, but I can use Banjo like okay. Is there a better edge guard I can do against Ness's recovery? I'm trying to think. Like, it kind of feels like you could do Mithra up special against Ness's up B if you get there really quick.
3, 2, 1, go!
That feel when you get checkmated and there's still like 3 seconds left or something. That last game I actually adapted finally to the air dodge. Like, okay, you're trying to like fish for like an up air as Pyra. If you commit to the up air, you're not gonna like be able to punish their air dodge And in that match I was able to actually charge neutral B. And also, the final kill I like waited for an air dodge to do a neutral air, which I should be doing more of that stuff instead of like just desperate fishing all the time, I guess. I still think that like, depending on where Ness is, Mithra could up special, like go off stage and then hit Ness with the up special as he's doing PK Thunder 2, or PK Thunder, and like basically interrupt it. I feel fucking awkward as fuck right now, honestly. I feel like I'm like an alien or something. I mildly recovered my rating during that session, which is nice. Because like I tanked it right away, I think, and then I just started doing better after that. Well, I need to learn how to like just casually talk about whatever without turning into a mess. I look amazing, do I? I feel like I look. The word haggard comes to mind. I think I actually need to refill this. I should probably do that. Actually, I'll give it like one more shot. I just think it's kind of mostly done. And if I refill it, it's like really strong. But I have to like... I can take in like a lower dosage or something, I guess. I don't know. I don't think it's my appearance so much as just communication problems. I think that's actually the problem. Right, I should probably play Ring Fit Adventure next time I play a game, which will take place after I'm done with this little session of talking to the stream, I think. I wish I had like more spiritual experiences instead of just that like one period of my life. I actually should brush my teeth now. Okay, the reason why I mentioned the spiritual experience thing is because I feel like when it did happen, it ended up being like an insane guiding force. So I think it's just nice to have guidance or something. I really enjoyed playing against that Ness player earlier. Like, we were really playing Smash. That was Smash. That's what Smash is. That is Smash. Excuse me. That's actually true. They never added like a heavy DLC. They should do that for the final one. But I don't really know who would be applicable. Yeah, see the thing is, when I go into Ring Fit Adventure, it means the stream is like kind of ending. But lately what I've done is like, I've done 2 streams a day, where like one would be pre-Ring Fit Adventure, then I'd feel bad sitting in a chair too long, so I'd exercise. And then after I exercise, I'm like kind of sweating, so I want to go like, take a bath. And then I like less than an hour later, it's like I want to be live again, right? So maybe I should just try to save the Ring Fit for the end of the stream before I like get ready for bed or something. Alright, Eggman. Dr. Robotnik. That is perfect. That would fit. I think that's a good idea. I don't know what he would be like. That would be really strange, but I think it's a good idea. Yeah, it's a weird. I think Eggman's attacks would make sense as like he like changes the arena into like his own twisted thing where there's like arrows being fired from the side of the screen, or there's like laser beams or something, right? Or like he has like a fucking spinning mace on his like little egg ship or whatever. Yeah, I don't have many thoughts on it. They didn't reveal too much. Yeah, I think after the Tekken guy, I think that might be enough fighters. But I don't know. I guess the more the merrier or something. I don't know though, like I'm kind of thinking that there's the one more character they're gonna reveal and then they're like done, and that there isn't a season 3, but I don't really know. I don't know how you would describe the spirit of Smash, but I feel it when I play. It's like, alright, I'm Pyra, I'm in neutral against Ness, Ness is at kill percent. It's like, I don't know, like, I know that I can do like short hop back air and have no landing lag. And I know that like I can do retreating short hop back air. And if I can bait Ness into trying to chase me at a moment, then I can cover that area and like take the match. Like that's just one little moment, but I don't know. It just feels like Smash to me. Yeah, I never got into Project M. Another one too is like when I'm recovering as Mithra, there's like sometimes a surprising amount of options for like how to recover, and you kind of need to take advantage of those. Do you want to take a bloody poop all over my hobbies? Yeah, sorry. I'm definitely like, I can be a controlling person in a way that like turns people off. That's like some thing that I've noticed about myself, I think. Well, it's like, if you want something one way, and you like insist on it, it can make people basically hate you. So yeah, Gam, that sounds like pretty pleasant. At the moment, I'm not working on any game dev or coding. I've sometimes recently thought about feeling like it's something that maybe I should be doing, but I don't know.